And good morning from our nation's capital and day one of the 2024 Babygrande DC Classic, presented by Babygrande Golf and National Links Trust. A beautiful but steamy morning here at the East Potomac Golf Links, nestled in between the Potomac River and the Washington Channel. Good morning, everyone. I'm James Collier. A field of 48 boys and 24 girls battle through 36 holes over the next 2 days, hoping to make the cut for the final round on Thursday. Last year, it was Michael Lee, the hometown kid from Fairfax, Virginia, who set a new 54-hole AJGA record with a 26 under par as he went wire to wire for a commanding 7-stroke win. Lee went bogey-free in the 3-day event and fired a tournament-low 61 on the final day. He made the turn at 7 under and added another birdie on 10 and 8 consecutive circles on the scorecard. Nicole Inkova of Prunedale, California, tied the girls' 54-hole record with a 17 under par for an 8-stroke win. Inkova shot an 8 under 64 on day 2 for the low round of the event for the girls. We have a shotgun start today due to the excessive heat in the D.C. area, so we have golfers going off holes 1 and 10. So all golfers are out on the course this morning, and we'll head out on the course for day 1 coverage of the Babygrande DC Classic in just a few moments. We'll step aside, get things ready to go. We'll take you out to the course and check the leaderboard when we return right after this. This is the Babygrande DC Classic. Back here at the East Potomac Golf Links here in the nation's capital, Washington, D.C. James Collier, happy to have you along with us here this morning. Got a putt at 9. Again, a golf course that relatively flat, relatively straight, hence the numbers that we saw last year with the scoring of Michael Lee in the 26 under par, but not a golf course that you have to think driver on every hole. There are some holes that driver will work, and there will be some that will go the ability to go to that point, but so across the bottom of your screen, you will see the scores for the boys on your left, the girls on your right as it rotates through. We'll keep you updated throughout the event. There's your leaderboard for 11th through 20th. Here's your leaders, Finn Watson and Jason Wu at 4 under. Josiah Wang and Ethan Butters tied for 3rd at 3 under. And then Arrow Sa, Ty Treadwell, North Cherry, Aiden Tudor, Shrey Shamara, and Ryan Hoffner all even at 2 under. Again, the star beside their number there, that means that they started on hole 10. So that's the reason that you'll see that on there, but we'll keep you up to date on the round so far. Looking at Finn Watson, he put together a really good front 9 with birdies at 3, birdies 5, 6, and 7, and then just birdied 9. So still checking with a lot of the areas out on the course, everybody getting set, players getting to their holes. So again, we're just getting started here for our first of 3 days of the coverage of this event. Again, we'll be with you tomorrow, again at 9 o'clock, and then we'll start a little earlier on Friday because we'll go off with the leaders. So we'll probably get started right around 8:30 on Thursday morning for the final round, and we'll bring you live coverage from everything there. Here's the girls leaders board, a 3-way tie at the top. Macy Rasmussen, Kenan Nayak, and Yabel Liu all tied at 1 under par. Arena Fayan, Jingzhu Chang, and Nia Chloe, Kate Roberts, Jin Rang Jing, and Mia Melendez all at even par, and then Julia Ha at 1 over par. Hot and sticky, that is the conditions that we will see today at the golf course here in D.C. as we get the reason for the shotgun start was because most of D.C. and all the surrounding areas is an excessive heat warning. So they wanted to get things up early. So we started off at 7 o'clock this morning with the last tee time going off at 8:50. And they expect most of the golfers to finish up somewhere around 12:45-ish when I was talking with the AJGA today. So look there at the green of 9. And we literally have no action out on the course right now as players are moving. So while we do that, let's show you some clips that we've taken this week while we've been here. On Sunday, there was a qualifying event in which some players were trying to fight themselves into the field. Let's take a look at some of the highlights from Sunday's action. So we'll get a look there of some of the action on Sunday in the qualifying event. We head out to the 13th tee box. This is the par 4 371-yard hole.
Just tilt your camera up just a little bit.
Again, a lot of these holes very straight. You'll see a lot of golfers go off with driver, but again, depending on how conservative you want to play and how confident you are with the big stick, we'll see a lot of hybrids, fairway woods, even irons off some of these holes. There are 5 what one would call drivable par 4s on the course. And we will see several go at those holes today, and it's kind of higher risk, high reward when we see that. We've got a great collection of crew out on the course this morning, and we'll take you throughout the event. And again, the leaderboard scrolling across the bottom of your screen. Boys on the left, girls on the right. 48 boys, 24 girls in the first 2 rounds through today and tomorrow, and then they will trim the field down, and then we'll play the championship round, the final round, on Thursday.
15.
All right, so now we go over to the 15th green. Par 3, 174-yard hole. Greens most of the week have been rolling fairly consistent. Again, the greens very receptive if you can keep it in the center of the green. There is sand in play around just about all of these holes. There's no water in play in the interior of the golf course, so that's one good part of this course. There are some areas that you can get yourself in trouble and run into issues with lost balls, but when I talked with the golf pro when I was up last month, and he said the biggest thing with this golf course, if you can keep it straight, keep it in play, you can really score on this course very well. And Tim Krebs, that's kind of the direction that he pointed, was why they saw the high, or the low score, I should say, last year at the 26 under par from Michael Lee. A great shot here over top of 15th green. This is from our tower cam. So after a flubbed chip attempt, now we're going to watch a putt just off the fringe. And just left it a little bit right. This is the 8 o'clock tee time of Andy Greenberg, Kingzu Yang, and Rian Lee. Excuse me, let me flip that around, because the tee time, that was for the number 1 tee, the number 10 tee, my mistake. Kenya Nyack, Macy Rasmussen, and Alana Ho is the 8 o'clock tee time. Nice little tap in there. Big thanks to Chuck Wilson and everyone at Babygrande Golf for setting things up and bringing us into the nation's capital to provide you coverage of the second annual event. Last year, the first year, here at the East Potomac Golf Links, and their 100th anniversary. So a nice little tap in here. And a good finish there at the hole.
12 green.
So over to number 12 now we go. A long par 4, 499 yards, actually a par 5. A very good run up there. That's going to leave him about 3 feet to finish stuff up. Very breezy morning here today at the golf course. That's one of the elements that will add a little bit more to this round. I believe this is Owen Newberry out of Maryland with a nice putt coming up here on the 12th hole. Par 72 on the course, both sides 36. And just left that one a little bit wide right. So a good finish for him, and this should be Jason Wu. Had a very good approach to get to that par, and a nice finish in the back of the jar. Now over to the ladies. Hole 4, 169-yard par 3. Macy Rasmussen in control at 2 under par. 3 players at just behind her. A little right to left breaker and a nice lag putt to leave it up there with a tap in. That's something you'll see a lot of these golfers do. They're really precise with their putting. They've read the greens very well this week in practice. I've watched several of the practice rounds. They spent countless time on the practice green. Again, in the new thing that kind of took over after the 2020 season of the ability to leave the flag stick in. And you see a lot of the younger golfers, that's something that they do. I'm more of a purist. I like the pin out. But either way, this one's got to go. And almost the same as her predecessor before her, so she'll tap in to finish that one up. So about a 6 to 7 footer here that's going to, again, have some right to left break. Really taking her time for this, so you would expect this would be for a birdie. The cameraman just lost his camera for a second. Let's go over to 12T real quickly. Par 5, 499-yard hole. Looks like we have a turkey going across the fairway. We saw one out on the course when we were out Sunday. I was just kind of loaming around, just a lone turkey strolling across the 12th fairway right now. You can see him right up kind of just beyond the head of the golfer there. Looks like he lost this one off to the left, maybe. Still eyeing it down and hoping that it holds on for him. So a two-way tie at the top with Finn Watson and Jason Wu at 6 under par. Jager Payne is at 5 under. And Josiah Wang at 4 under. So all three away at 12. Let's go over to 18 green now. 18th hole, par 4, 393 yards. It plays for the men, 371 for the ladies. The big thing with 18, a very straight tee shot. You have a greenside bunker off to the right. The really interesting thing is right back where we have our camera position, there is a row of pine trees, a cart path that goes behind it, and then the pine straw. And that is a very common location for second shots to land. And if you go beyond this green, it makes it difficult, to say the least, because of trying to chip out of that loose pine straw. I watched a gentleman yesterday. He chipped out of it, and he was probably about a 15 to 20 foot from the pin. And the best he could do was keep it about 10 to 12 foot from the pin after he chipped on and run it past. So it's one of those difficult things to do that you really have to control your distance. Again, as we roll through the course and we get a chance to start identifying groups and so forth by their times, we'll start being able to identify players by names better as we roll through. So bear with us. We will bring that to you. Again, there's your updated leaderboard as Wu and Finn Watson. Watson is also at 6 under now. So we have at the top for the girls, Rasmussen and Liu at 2 under par. All right, so a putt here on 18. Nice roll in the bottom of the jar. Very good putt there from just on the green. So he's happy with that one. You have to think that kind of body language, that's probably for a birdie. And that's where you want to stay today. Keep the ball just below the hole. It gives you a little bit of an uphill putt. That's the one thing with 18. You want to stay below the pin if you can. Pin is kind of on that lower left corner. So very receptive for those second shots coming in there to try to hop it in. And we saw as he made his repair of his ball mark there, it was just barely, looked like right at the edge of the fringe in the front corner of the green. So just stuck it in there, and now about an 8-footer. And he left it short. He knew as soon as he hit it. So he'll finish that out. Let's go over to 15 from our tower cam. 15, the par 3, 174-yard hole.
Do we have any more blue power boxes?
Yeah.
Yes, we do.
Right to left. Really good lag putt from there. About a couple feet to finish that one up. All right, over to the first tee box now. Hole 1, 360-yard par 4. Green is, if you go on your screen, you can see that last tree there on your right-hand side. That's the only place on this hole that you really want to stay away from. You really want to approach this green from the left. So if you had a cut shot, kind of start it down the right-hand side or the left-hand side of the trees here and then bend it back over. If you hit a draw, bring it back over top of that tree out on the right. But you don't want to start right on this hole because it really puts you at a disadvantage of being able to make a shot toward the green. And he definitely didn't like that one as he let go of the club as soon as he made the contact.
Bring hers back, Emmy. Bring hers back.
Wait. You can go around. Go that way.
Go around. Yeah, just watch out for the golfers. If they're swinging, stop.
Okay, so this is the 7:30 tee time that went off of hole number 10. So Shrey Sharma, Zabe Shores, and Jackson Geyer. This will be Geyer out of Maryland.
And you have to sign in on their page, and that's how you get that score. Is it just the first tee shooting? Oh no, we got cameras all over there.
Looks like you got a good one there that'll push up the right-hand side. So this will be Zabe Shores from Pinehurst. Class of 2027. Okay, over to hole 5 now. This will be the par 4, 291 for the boys, 286 for the girls. Again, a hole that is a very scoreable, especially for the boys to go at this from the tee box. So we get a chip shot here from just off the green. Really good landing there and leaves that one just right below the hole. That was a perfect shot for what you wanted to try to do with that. Over to 10. Chip shot just off the green. And left that one well short. Over to 9 and a tap in there. As this threesome finishing things up. And a nice finish there. All right, we'll take a break and we'll come back and we'll continue our coverage here from the Babygrande DC Classic after this. took a look yesterday from the Junior Am. So over to the 15th hole. Again, that one just got away from him a little bit. This is the opportunity here to try to keep it below the hole, but make it a run at it. A really good up right there. Over to 10. This is the par 4 311-yard hole. Looking back there, you can see the netting. That's from the driving range. All right, back at 18. Down the hill, left to right here. Again, don't give too much away from this one. Really good roll there, just gets past the left edge of the cup. A couple tap-ins here to finish out this hole. again, it's an option that you have. You can go with the pin in, pin out. It's kind of a which way you want to go with it is the deal. After the 2020 season, that allowed it to switch over. And a really nice putt there. So now tap in to finish out on the hole and get your leaderboard across the bottom. Boys on the left, girls on the right. Over to number 4. This is the par 3. Playing 154 for the girls. Just a little bit short there on the front edge of the green. Over to the 7th. Seven playing 297 for the ladies today. Again, you see the leaves. It's kind of made its way onto the playing surface. Heavy winds around the area last night. Some thunderstorms in the area as well. But a hat tip to all of the crew and the maintenance staff here. They have done a phenomenal job all week of getting this course prepped and ready to go. And this over to 10. A very difficult shot here up against the bushes. Just tried to knock that one out. That's about as best you can do right there. Still have a chance for a pitch up and a putt. So now the tap in there at 10 and hole 7. My producer gives me the wrong information. And a nice putt there. Over to the first tee box now. So we get somebody's voice other than me here. Adam Cohen from the AJGA joining me now. Adam, thanks for joining me.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for having me. Glad I could. You seem like you've been talking to yourself over here for a while.
Yeah, I've been doing a little bit of everything this morning. That's part of it. But let's talk about the event. Second year here in D.C. Last year, a really great opportunity it was the 100th anniversary of the golf course. What was it that really kind of led the AJGA to bring this thing back? Because it was a really great field last year.
Yeah, I think we were surprised by the field last year, how strong it was up in this area. It's even stronger this year. I think just the stuff that Babygrande does and Chuck Wilson does outside the event is really what makes this special. We had an event last night with parents where they were able to come and kind of talk to the staff, talk to the sponsors of the event, the people that played in the junior game yesterday. That was special. Tonight we have a coaches panel for the kids and the parents to come in and ask coaches. I think it's 5 or 6 coaches from the area, ask them questions about what it's like at the next level. Cameron Champ's dad will be there to talk about what it's like for him as a parent, as a parent that's moving up and their kids are moving up to the next level into college and then hopefully into the pros, wherever you may be. So it's a really cool opportunity, not just once these kids get off the golf course. A lot of times they have to go home and go back to the hotel and sleep and do it all over again the next morning. But when you have stuff in between, it's really cool. It's really fun for them. I think they get to make some really close friendships besides just the 2 or 3 girls and guys that are playing in their groups. So to have something outside of golf, I mean, I know this is why we're here with this live stream is it's golf. But then you get off the course and you get a good meal and parents get to come around and have fun and have some conversations with everybody, which is really cool.
You talk about the AJGA and the ability that it gives these golfers the opportunity to go from the amateur ranks into the college ranks and then hopefully onto the professional ranks. How big has that been, again, for you, for the time that you've been with the AJGA, to watch some of these youngsters kind of make that process through?
It's really cool. I think you watch them start at 13 and 14, and the nerves, you can definitely see it on their faces out here sometimes. But if you, especially we're all pretty regionalized as a team. I'm traveling and bouncing around a lot more, but when you're a team as an intern, you're regionalized, so you see the same group of juniors week in and week out, and you get to watch them grow, whether they're playing better from week to week or really just the confidence. It's intimidating when you step up to a tee and you have someone calling your name, and you might have coaches and parents and people you don't know sitting there watching you. This week we have cameras and all kinds of stuff on you, but it's a really cool opportunity for them to be able to see and get comfortable with cameras in their faces. I mean, stuff like that. If they want to go pro and they want to play the next level, it's going to be this times 10. So it's cool to watch their confidence grow from week to week, even if they are playing better or worse, whatever, regardless of how they're playing.
And that was something I was going to bring up, with the ability to learn about the cameras on the golf course. Again, this is the first year that we've been here to do the live stream and doing a couple other events with the AJGA back in Kentucky. I know that you could watch the players on day one. They were kind of like, oh, wait a minute, there's cameras. Day two, there's a camera there. By day three, they know where those cameras are, and sometimes they play into it, and sometimes it kind of creates a little bit more of maybe a tension than they want to have that they want to go at.
Yeah, this morning I was joking with a lot of them on the tee. I was taking their picture for you, and a lot of them had no idea that this is going on. Even they're just sometimes so oblivious to the things going on around them. They're so locked in. So when I finally was like, hey, there's a live stream going on, they were like, oh, wow. And a lot of the girls giggled and laughed it off. But I think it does add a little bit of pressure for them, whether they notice it on the first tee or when they come off the green on the 18th, which is great. I think it's such a good experience for these juniors. And like I said, it's going to be this times 10 as you move up, and they all want to do it. So
such a beautiful picture right there, the Washington Monument. That's one of the really neat things about this golf course as you're coming in and toward 7, 8, and 9, and then also 16, 17, 18. You've got that giant monument right there. And when I was talking with Tim Krebs when I was up last month, he said the way the golf course was designed, all of the holes at 16 and 17 and then 7, 8, and 9, pretty much the flagstick is the marker that goes toward the Washington Monument.
Yeah, that's what one of the guys was telling me yesterday during his practice round. He was like, it's funny, at least 16, 17, 18, he was like, that is my aim point. The tip of that monument is my aim point off the tee. I was like, that's cool. I didn't, because I was actually, we do a bunch of social media stuff, and I had them, for a video, I did a shot tracer of them hitting towards the monument to where it looked like the ball was touching the top of it. And he was like, yeah, he's like, this is nothing different. He's like, this is my aim point every day.
Every day. Over to 9 we go, the par 4, playing 336 today for the ladies. And a nice roll in there. Adam, one of the things you look at this golf course, and I know that you and I, we've talked about this. I've talked with everybody here with the golf course, and a lot of the golfers have said the same thing. If you can hit the ball straight and you can hit a putt, you could score on this golf course. We saw the numbers last year. We're seeing the numbers again this year, already starting to excel. We've got on the boys 2 guys at 6 under par. We have one lady at 5 under par. So really ability to attack the pins from the tee boxes. But again, if you can hit the ball straight, you can attack. You can also get yourself in a lot of trouble here too.
Right. First thing we noticed when we came out here, they cut down all the fescue. That was this course's defense last year. So even on some holes, even if you didn't hit it straight or you hit it through the fairway, this year you won't find yourself in much trouble. And so that's an advantage they have. But like you said, the strong field here, I think kids love to come out here and play this course because they love red numbers.
Absolutely.
And
Who doesn't love red numbers, right?
Right, and they can see them every day. I mean, we go to tournaments and the winner is struggling to get back to even par. This tournament, you can shoot, I think 16 under last week, lost by 9 strokes, or last year, sorry. So it's insane, but I think they love to come out here. I think it's a lot of fun. It's obviously really fun to go low. So
you think about last year, Michael Lee, the hometown kid from Fairfax, just right here locally, just across the river, and coming in here going wire to wire, bogey free golf, and then putting up a tournament low 61 on day 3. that had to be a pretty special moment, not only for the community as a whole, but also for that young man.
Oh yeah, I think anytime it's funny when they come off the course, I'm usually in charge of kind of letting them know the stats about what they did in relation to years past here, and wire to wire is always so fun to watch. To have someone that can, you see it all the time in the pros and the PGA, LPGA. You'll have a person go out there shoot 63, 62, 61, but then they can't do it the next day. So to have someone, a guy or girl, go, 600, 600, 600, or whatever it may be, I think no matter where we are, is so impressive. To have someone that's able to keep that going for 3 whole days. It's a lot of golf, especially when it's hot out here. It's really impressive to see someone go every day.
Now, I'm going to put you on the spot. Hopefully you can help me out. I hope I haven't butchered this young lady's name so bad, but last year's champion, Inakov,
I believe that's
Nicole
right.
Inakov, out of Prunedale, California. She went wire to wire as well, tying the record at 17 under par. 65-64, she shot the tournament low round on day 2. But as you were talking about, had to come back and fire a 70 on the last day after going red, and then just barely. And she had a few bogeys along the way in that final round. But you kind of think about the nerves there, and it was something I read some articles she was talking about. She had really been playing some poor golf to her standards, and that was something that kind of got her moving back forward and got that confidence back.
Yeah, and just to that point, it's also it's so hard, I think, when they do have a comfortable lead coming into the final round. I mean, 65-64, I can assume she had a somewhat of a comfortable lead. And they kind of lose sight of it sometimes, whether it's nerves, whether it's kind of hey, I've got this in the bag. So when they do, it's always fun to watch them when they do struggle and make those bogeys coming out the gate on the final round, to like kind of look at themselves, look at their competitors, and be like, okay, I'm not untouchable. It's getting closer than I want it to be, and then have to come back and make some birdies down the stretch. We see that almost every week, I feel like.
An interesting thing for this event, this was one of the things I talked with Thomas as soon as we arrived, the tournament director. I said, are we doing shotgun starts because of the excessive heat warning? He said, absolutely. And that really helps speed up the pace of this 72-person field, 48 boys and 24 girls. But 1 in 10, not typically something you see in a tournament format unless you run into situations such as this. And it's really going to help us finish things up and get the golfers out of here, let them start reacclimating themselves for tomorrow without being out in that 100 to 105 plus excessive heat.
Yeah, they're definitely going to need it.
I'm sure you guys like that as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It gets us home a little earlier. The heat gets to us as well. We're lucky enough to have carts out here while we're rules officiating, but it's still hot. And we're lucky enough to have volunteers out here that are keeping these players hydrated. Wegmans is a big sponsor of ours. They've provided some vitamin drinks, some electrolyte drinks, some water. So plenty of that for these kids out here today and this week. But yes, it is hot. It is not easy, no matter where you are, to play in heat like this and to keep it going.
When you look at the golf course, what was your first kind of impression of this when you kind of got out on the course and started looking around as thinking of a player's mentality? Is it one of those that the eyes just kind of get really, really wide because you're seeing birdie, 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 but it's also you get too ambitious and you can put yourself really in a position to where you're looking at a big number?
I think so. My first thought was if you can get off the tee here, you should be good. But a lot of pros always talk about the short game and how important that is. So my first thought was these girls are really going to have a fun time out here. I think the girls you see, they hit the ball straighter sometimes than the guys do. They don't try to knock the heck out of the thing.
Yeah, they're trying to swing out of their cleats.
Exactly. So I think the girls are going to have fun. I think they'll just step up and they'll hit a nice clean drive down the middle of the fairway almost every time and have wedge or short iron in. But that's where the winners. It's putting and chipping and short game, and obviously I think everybody's gonna be able to get off the tee just fine here. You can spray it a little right or left on a lot of these holes and still make birdie a lot of times if you can stick it close.
Another issue that we're going to see throughout this event, I don't know if I've been here twice now and not had wind. Wind is a factor on this golf course, and you kind of nestled in between the Potomac River and the Washington Channel. But we've really had the gusting winds this morning, we felt, with this high heat and the thunderstorms that pushed in later today. But that plays into effect, too, a lot, especially on those shorter shots of trying to keep that ball low and still controlling the spin.
Yeah, that was something I kind of got excited about, the wind, just because I do like to see it. it adds some fun to it when you kind of get to see, and I'm an average golfer. I watch golf every week, but I like to see different conditions and how these young players acclimate to it and what they do differently. You'll see them with this wind out here. They'll take 2 clubs out of their bag and kind of really like assess the situation and see what club works best in what situation. So it's fun when there's a little added something to it, and it's not just straightforward golf all day long.
So back over to the 7th hole. So ladies trying to finish out some putts here. For you, you and I, we talked, I believe it was on Sunday. This was kind of something you were interested in, coming over and seeing what all we had going on here and so forth. What's your take so far?
I love it. This is great. This is, like one of our volunteers was just saying, she said, this is the most professional thing I've ever seen. And it really is. We try to keep things professional week in and week out when we do it. But this is something we obviously don't see really at all. I think, there's one other tournament that
we've done the tournament over in Kentucky at Belfont for the past 2 years. So
yeah. So I saw that. I wasn't there, but I saw it obviously, and this is a lot of fun. I really enjoy this. And then having special guests out here, young lady that's played AJGA before, and all the Babygrande staff too that's joining in on it. It's a lot of fun. Everybody gets it. It gets in the spirit.
And that's something, when you look at Babygrande and what Chuck Wilson is doing, he has a vision of, he wants to do things differently and has a great vision of things. And he's one of the things, he wants to make it fun for the kids.
Right. He's already thinking ahead to next year, what we can do better, what we can do differently. He wants as many events outside of the actual golf tournament as possible. And like I was saying earlier, it's just so fun when they can get off the golf course and they don't have to just go sit in a hotel room or wherever they're staying, and they have food provided for them, they have an activity provided for them. It's just a lot more fun when they can have something to look forward to, even if they, especially when they have a rough round. It takes a toll on some of these juniors, and I know the parents tough on them as well. So when they have a social activity to go to after, it gives them some time away from their parents, maybe hanging out with us, hanging out with the other juniors. And it's just some added fun. I know Chuck's well connected with the music industry. He's talked about wanting to have some music down here next year. So he's, like I said, everybody here is already thinking ahead and what we can do better, in the days going forward as we finish this year out, and then as the years going forward too. I think this is going to be a very special event for a very long time.
Well, Adam, we greatly appreciate your time. Yeah. I know you got a lot of stuff to do, so we'll let you get loose, but we'll have you back throughout the event, and we'll cover a little golf as we do it as well.
Sounds good.
Adam Cohen with the AJGA. Greatly appreciate it. We'll take a break, and we'll come back. We'll check the leaderboard and get back out on the course. Our coverage of the 2024 Babygrande DC Classic continues after this. Back here at the East Potomac Golf Links here in the nation's capital, Washington, D.C. Over to 18 green. Scoreboard for the boys and girls rolling across the bottom of your screen. Boys on the left, girls on the right. And your girls leaderboard there. Kaya Nayak at 5 under par. Lena Ho, Yasabel Liu, and Zwan Gao at 2 under par. Macy Rasmussen, Kate Roberts, Xinyu Chu, and Aaliyah Shields rope tied at 1 under par. Finn Watson and Jason Wu tied at the top for the boys at 6 under. Watson through 12, Wu through 9. Cherry and Payne at 5 under par. Off. A long putt here at 18, and wanted that one to come back and did not. This is the 8-10. So Callahan, Harrell, Colton Woosley, and Hashu Cow. That was the putt from Cow. And he'll go ahead and finish out here. So now, Callan Harrell out of York, Pennsylvania. He'll run this one up the hill. Get a putt that's going to move on your screen from left to right. Not probably much more than just the outer edge of the hole there. Probably lining this one up outside edge and firm to the cup coming up the hill. And a good break back in, and it wouldn't break at the end. He had a good roll, and it just straightened out before it got to the cup. So he'll tap in from there. Okay, over to 10 green. Putt that just stays above the hole. So the tap in finish. This is the 8 o'clock tee time. This is Andy Greenberg out of Bethesda, Maryland. Greenberg currently at 1 over par. Runs that one past the hole a good piece. She'll have some work to finish things up there. Again, all of our scoring updates come from the golfers, so they have to input it into their devices, which then updates to the AJGA website, and then from there we get the updates to us. So again, the last update we had from Greenberg, she had finished 7, and that right there was hole number 10. So over to the first tee box now. And this will be Hashakau. My director grabbed the wrong button there. We'll let him fly on one of them. And Jason Wu, 9 under par, leading the way for the boys. I'm pretty certain we just had a player tee off from the wrong tee box.
Teed off from the red. 100% he did. Yep. I've watched him do it.
And that's the conversation that they're having right now. He teed off from the wrong tee box. So that will be a penalty. That was Haishak Kao out of China. You can see the tees lined up here on your screen, as this is Colton Woosley out of Crestwood, Kentucky, down near Louisville.
It looks like it's off an edge, but he'll be standing from here next.
So again, the first hole here. Again, you want to stay middle left of this hole to be able to approach the green. The big tree you see down the edge there on the right. If you fade it over into that area, you get behind that tree, you get to really put yourself at a very disadvantage of trying to even go toward the tee or the green. Over to number 11. It's a par 3, 167-yard hole for the girls. Now we go to 5 for the girls.
His ball's on the lip.
So the ball is on the lip. He's standing in the bunker. And now he's trying to determine how he's going to stand. You can see the ball right there between his foot and the golf club. So he's kind of almost on tiptoes, standing on the edge of the lip of the bunker. This is the par 4, 291-yard hole 5 for the boys. Now he's just trying to determine which direction that he wants to stand with the shot that he has to try to attempt to make. Very unorthodox stance that he's having to work here, standing off the edge of that lip. It's like standing on the edge of a cliff with all the good footing. He has a good lie with the ball. You can see the ball setting up, but the problem is that his footing is not anywhere to where he can kind of get a good stance at it from there to take a shot. So the bump and run, and it's going to run well through the green. He'll be coming back for about 30 feet. So again, the 5th hole, one of the drivable par 4s, and it's something that most of these youngsters out here, they have that distance in the bag that they can go at the green. But if you get awry, you put yourself into position to where you pretty much take birdie away possibly, and then you even bring in the opportunities of going to a bogey or lower. So the players over on the 5th. Okay, over to 12 and a little chip shot coming up here. This actually will be a pitch shot, excuse me. Lands on the green and gets a nice spin. Very nice job. Great shot there on the pitch shot up to the pin. So I'm going to bring in another member of our crew here to join me on the broadcast. She's been doing some work over on the Live on the Links with Chi Chi, but joining me now, Faith Choi. Faith, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing wonderful. What a beautiful morning for golf here in D.C.
It is so nice out. The breeze feels amazing.
Yes, that is certainly with the heat that we're dealing with. The wind has certainly been a welcomed addition.
Yeah.
Let's talk about this golf course. It's a course. You and I, we talked about this a little bit yesterday. if you can play the ball straight, you can put yourself in scoring opportunities, and we are seeing that with some of the numbers we're seeing on the leaderboard.
Oh yeah, I mean Kia is over here at 5 under through 9. I mean, this golf course, you just got to keep it right in front of you. It's very straightforward. Fairways, greens, make some putts, and you'll be right on track.
I was talking with Adam just a few minutes ago, and one of the things he talked about said that they took away the fescue from last year. And so the fescue is one of the things that kind of guarded this golf course a little bit last year, but we still saw a record low for the AJGA for Michael Lee. He goes 26 under with a bogey-free round and throws a 61 up on the final day. You talk about taking that away, and now you're looking at here, Jason Blue, he has 9 under through 13 today. So certainly the 26 under may be in jeopardy if the course continues to play like it's playing this morning.
Yeah, I would 100% agree. I mean, Jason Wu being 9 under through 13, I'm calling a 59 watch.
A 59 watch, we hear.
59 watch. He's got
2 eagles today.
Eagles, yeah.
So an eagle at 7, an eagle at 12. And again, it's something with there are 5 par 4s that are drivable on this golf course.
That'll definitely help.
And that will certainly help. Now, you look at what Wu will finish at 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. He's got a 410-yard par 4, 174 par 3, 432, the long par 5 of 563, and then 393 straight away on 18. And 18 is a green that one of the biggest things, a lot of players play it long, and you play yourself long on that hole, you put yourself in kind of handcuffs with no really way to get out.
Yeah, I would 100% agree. I mean, the golf course is playing very short for the boys. I mean, it's a very gettable golf course. I would not be surprised if we see some really low scores this week.
Talking with the girls, and Adam made this comment as well, he said that because of the way the golf course sets up, the girls, they don't hit the ball with so much force to where you get out of control, and that I think sets it up for them to have scoring opportunities to where they're going to go really low as well.
Yeah, I would 100% agree. I mean, since the golf course is set up so short, you do not even need to hit driver on every hole. I looked at the golf course a little bit yesterday. There are a few narrow fairways that you're going to hit. You don't even need to hit driver on those holes. Keeping it in front of you, keeping it in play. Getting in the fairway and giving yourself a good chance at hitting the green, it will give you a lot of birdie opportunities on this golf course, and you'll be very happy with your round.
Your time through golf, again, playing at Ohio State, and you've played through the AJGA, you've got some tournaments that you've won there. When you look at this golf course, how much do you have to focus on course management over game management?
I would definitely say I think my top focus is obviously being on the correct sides of the green. The greens aren't humongous, so I did say earlier that, as long as you're hitting the green, you'll have a pretty decent chance and look at birdie, which obviously shows with all the birdies on the golf course already in day one. But, just focusing on hitting that fairway, and, I was watching girls hitting it up through 9, with lots of short wedges in. If you're having a wedge in your hand, you're going to be hitting it pretty close, So I think it's just being smart about it. I think you don't need a ton of course management just because everything is right in front of you.
Something with the wind today, too, that really plays into effect of the short game of one, trying to keep the ball down from the heavy winds at the same time, still being able to hold the green with the spin rate that you want for the ball.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure what the greens are rolling at. They look like they're in great condition, pretty firm out there. Balls are bouncing just from how hot it is.
They have dried out exponentially each day.
Yeah, I am not surprised. We're having some serious heat here this week.
I know that there are some possibilities of some rain later this evening and then through all of these days for the tournament. I think that they've done a phenomenal job watering everything, keeping everything wet, but a little bit of rain tonight would soften things up for in the morning, and you might see some crazy low numbers because those greens soften out before the wind hits it and the sun gets on top of it. You could really go at some pins.
Oh, yeah, for sure. As soon as it gets a little softer out here with how the golf course is playing, you're going to be able to dart things right out the pin, and it won't go too far.
And right here's a great example. That ball hit twice in the rough, once on the fringe, and then rolled a good 20 feet across the face of the green. And we did not see those type of rolls yesterday. We did not see those type of rolls on Sunday. But you're really starting to see the green starting to speed up.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, two really great shots.
Yes. This is our tower cam out in the middle of the golf course. So your time through the AJGA, how much did that help you of getting the opportunity to take that next step forward and get a chance to play for a Big Ten school in Ohio State?
I would say it was a big factor of how I got to where I am today. And I mean, AJGA is such a huge tour, such a high-class tournament, all the time. And there's so many tournaments a week. I mean, there's probably like 3 or 4 events every week, and it's amazing. I mean, it's so much fun to play in. You get to play against some of the best players in the world. It really elevates your game, and you get a lot of learning experience from it. So I'm really fortunate to be able to have played on the AJGA tour, and which helped me get to where I am today and play at Ohio State.
The differences that you see from the different courses that you travel around from the AJGA, and that's something that really benefits these players as well. You get to see the different styles of courses. How much did that help you once you got to the collegiate level and you started running into types of courses that you had seen years previous while playing on the AJGA?
I think the very first thing I always usually look at is the grass that we're hitting off of. The grass isn't always the same exact type of grass at every golf course. I mean, you got bent grass, zoysia grass, all kinds of different Bermuda grass and all that kind of stuff. So it doesn't all play the same, like bent and Bermuda, you will not be playing it the same. So first I would definitely say, the different types of grass that you're going to be playing on is important. And then obviously different states have different elevations. So the ball will fly farther or fly shorter. So definitely getting to know that. And then, lastly is firmness, softness, and how hilly it is.
Certainly. That was something, we covered a course last month over in Kentucky, a very short course right at 6,000 yards, but very hilly. Here we come out on this one, the boys playing at 65, almost 6,600 yards, but a link style course, which means very flat, very kind of just out and back. And it takes a little bit of that creativeness that you have from those hilly courses that you have to do. And on the backside of that, when you are walking, it certainly helps you with your stamina going through 17, 18, and to finish out the round.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, when the boys are playing it at like almost 6,600 yards, I mean, if you're going to have a 311 par 4, like that's going to be pretty reachable for most boys, maybe not even always hitting driver off the tee.
And something else, too, is the technology that we have seen through the game of golf, especially over the last 5 years, not so much as with the clubs, but also with the golf balls. How much have you noticed that has the way it's changed to add a little bit of extra distance, give you that extra feel around the green and stuff to where when you make those approach shots, you get that ball to really stick when you want it to?
Yeah, I feel like the ball, science behind it has changed a lot and changed in a good way. I feel like every few years when they come out with a new golf ball of a certain brand, it's always going a few yards farther and just making sure you're playing the correct ball for your game,
There's an eagle putt right there that's just under the bottom of the cup. But again, when you're putting for eagle, obviously it's one of those things you're going through your head. It's like, oh, this is a big number. But at the same time, you don't want to do something to where you take birdie out of the conversation and then you go from eagle to par.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, obviously you want that eagle putt to drop, but it's like a thing where you're aggressive but not too aggressive.
There's a good look at it on the replay. And again, the line was there, just the speed maybe just a little more far. And again, when you're putting uphill, that certainly allows you to go at the greens a little more than if you're having those slick downhill putts that you're coming with.
Yeah, I would definitely say, the uphill ones, you can be a little more aggressive with it.
The shot you see here, when you're aiming toward the green and you look up and you see the Washington Monument, I mean, you can't picturesque a better backdrop than what you see there.
This is amazing. I mean, I don't think I've ever played the golf course where I'm just looking at the hole and boom, the monument's right behind it.
And I was talking with Tim Krebs, the pro here, last month when I came up to visit, and he said when they designed the golf course, the holes that are coming in, they purposely aimed it toward the monument so that's your aiming point. So when we watch the holes coming in, we will see players lining up, shooting back toward all of that, and it's just going to be a beautiful backdrop as it goes through throughout the tournament here. So we've got a couple of great tee shots in there. One stuck right up tight to the pin. This is the 8th hole. On Sunday, there was a young man who stuck one 3 inches from the cup.
Oh, whoa.
From an ace. We were out driving the course, and he hit, and we drove up, and we were looking, and I kept looking. I was like, there's something around the penny. And we made the turn, and he had gone just past the cup, spun it back, and it was 3 inches from the cup. And
Wow.
he's walking up, and you can kind of see that disappointing look of, that's a birdie.
Yeah.
It's like,
Yeah.
and there's nothing more deflating on a golf course when you're a ball roll over from being in the bottom of the cup, but at the same time you have to think par threes can be a big number real quickly.
Yeah.
Par is always a good number on a 3, but if you can put a 2 there and circle that number, that makes things really great for you, especially when you're trying to find ways to score.
Oh, for sure, 100%. I mean, 2 is a bonus on that scorecard.
When you play through the rounds, do you kind of think of take your par threes and be happy if you come out with a par average through the round, try to sneak in a few of the par fours and get some birdies, but make sure nothing worse than par on the par fives?
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, when I play golf, most of the time I'm thinking the par fives are actually par fours. You know, those are your scoring holes, and I want that 4 on the scorecard 4 times.
It's one of those where you see things that are there and the opportunities, and you don't want to kind of, go get too advantageous of what you're trying to do. And in the process of doing so, you put yourself to where you're looking at 6 or 7 or even worse, and that can take a great round sideways in a heartbeat.
Yeah, I mean, par fives are your scoring holes. If you have a bogey-free round, fantastic, but there are going to be a few bogeys here and there, so making those 4s on the par 5s are really great, and I think it's really important. Usually the par 3s you want to walk away with par, and if you make birdie, then it's a bonus.
Now, we had a very interesting situation that occurred here just a moment ago. We had a golfer that teed off from the wrong tee box.
Oh, man.
And it was interesting. He teed off from the reds, which is for the girls, and his playing partners, after he teed off, he looked at me and said, "You just teed off from the wrong box." That's a penalty from pay. So at that point, then you have to re-hit your shot from the correct tee box. Yeah. So you're lying 3 and you've not even left the tee box yet. And that's when you have to go into kind of a scramble mode to try to put yourself in a position.
Yeah, I mean, it's really similar to hitting it out of bounds. You're basically re-teeing, and when you're in that position, you want to try and get out of there as simple as possible after that.
Okay, this is Gallon Fowles out of Northampton, Massachusetts. This is the 8:30 tee time. So the 8:30 tee time making the turn. This is at 1 now. Again, 1, a hole, that tree that you see there at the far right-hand side that's kind of jetting out. That's where you have to stay away from on this hole. You really take away an opportunity to attack the green if you end up on the right side. Yeah,
I mean, there's that little gap in the trees. Looks like a perfect finish spot off the tee.
Okay, now to the tee. This is Suwan Singh out of Ashburn, Virginia, class of 2025. I like the hat.
I do, yeah.
You get a lot of different headwear around the course. I'm always a big hat guy, so he's definitely he's rocking it out.
I think one of my favorites has got to be the bucket hat.
Yes, yeah, the Joel Damon bucket hat. I mean, it's just I think he's made the bucket hat famous again on the tour.
Oh, for sure.
Look how he's lining up left to try to maybe play a cut shot here, and that's a really good opportunity.
He likes it.
Absolutely. And you can tell.
Yeah.
When you reach down and you grab the tee out of the ground very quickly, you can see it. If not, you'll start seeing some lean or just a dejected walk away. Birdie putted 8 at 15 now. This is from the tower cam. Boys playing 174 today. Good run if it'll turn. And it froze. The issue that we do have out on the course is the cellular signal at times is great and other times it's not. And when you're nestled in between the Secret Service, the Capitol, and Reagan International Airport, you're at the mercy of the gods of RF.
I was going to say, you're right in the heart of it.
Yes. All right, another birdie putt here at 15.
Probably did get a pretty good read off of that last.
Yeah, pretty much about the same line that he saw here. And it's something I've noticed today too on these longer putts. It's don't give the hole away.
Yeah.
It's really kind of right edge, left edge, firm to the cup, but it's really held its line most of the way.
Yeah, I think when I scouted the golf course a little bit the other day, I mean, the greens are pretty level. You're going to have.
But there's not a lot of undulating to them.
Yeah, there's not going to be a lot of breaks to your putt.
And again, this is an opportunity for birdie, but you have to also think from this distance, this is not what you would consider a high percentage makeable putt, but you don't want to put yourself in a bad position. But that's a great roll there and brings it in the left side. Great birdie there on 15. Over to 12 after, first we'll get a replay here. Again, perfect speed and just let it die at the hole. Now over to 12, this is a bunker shot, I believe, or a chip shot off of the green, but a nice little roll up there. It looks like about 6 to 7 feet left over. And this is, just a second, this is Andy Greenberg. That is going to be off the green. Kind of Bethesda, Maryland. Shots like this, when you have enough between you and the green to work with, but you can kind of see maybe a little bit of a questionable lie there, maybe thin. What's the most important thing here that you're trying to make sure that you don't do?
I would say,
besides put a smiley face on the ball and send it through.
Yeah. I mean, you've got a lot of green to work with. You can go with a lower shot if you don't have a great lie. I mean, it's pretty firm out there just from all the heat, so bouncing it through that rough would probably be no problem.
And when you get into a thin lie, most players today, they're carrying at least 3 wedges.
Mm-hmm.
Do you like to go down to your lower wedge or try to get the higher lofted wedge when you've got more of a tighter lie there?
I think it really depends with how much green I have to work with. I would say anytime I have a tighter lie, though, I would like to lean towards more of that lower lofted wedge and trying to keep it as low to the ground as possible and minimize, any mistakes that could be coming my way.
It's like a little bit of a higher lofted shot there, and that's kind of what you talk about. You get a little bit too much. It got too much of the green to start with, and it rolls through. Now, the good side is, looks like she is below the hole, so maybe an uphill or maybe a little side action coming back to the hole from there.
Yeah, some good looks at some good putts to go in.
So for you, talking about broadcasting and getting it, this is you've done some things video-wise. This is the first time that you've done things live, and I know you and Chi-Chi have done some stuff over on working over on 9 and everything, but what's your experience? What do you think so far of the live side of things?
This is really, really fun, actually. I don't know what I imagined when I would do something live would be like, but I would say it's better than what I thought it was going to be when I got called in to do this a few days ago. It has been so much fun, and everyone's been really welcoming and really encouraging, so I mean, this is an unforgettable experience, honestly.
Another thing that you get around D.C. is the airplanes. With Reagan Airport just behind us, we obviously hear airplanes often, and you actually see 2 there that's lined up. The presidential helicopters going back and forth. I mean, it's kind of been back and forth, so a little bit here and there. But does things like that either they're outside distractions, they're not things that you can control, but is
Yeah.
it something you kind of just become accustomed to being around the course, and that when a jet turbine fires things up to go down that runway, does it affect your shot?
I feel like it really depends on the person. I think, from playing golf for so many years, you kind of learn how to handle and deal with it. Sometimes, when a plane is coming your way, you obviously can hear it from a few miles away. Most of us, I think, usually just back off and wait for it to pass, and then we'll get back in our process and get back in the zone.
So this is Greenberg after that chip from off the green, some probably 25 yards. Downhill, probably a little bit left to right.
Mm-hmm.
Very nice roll there to
Great
put that
putt.
one in. That was a great putt.
Great putt.
The pace was the most important thing there, and you could really tell when that ball was about 3 feet from the cup, as we look at it here on the replay, that ball just straightened out and was like a dart to the back of the cup.
Yeah, I mean, pace is the most important when you're putting.
And again, you can kind of read the body language from the golfer too. When you see that march, is that something? Do you have the march toward the cup?
Yeah, sometimes I do. I think when I'm like in the zone and I'm feeling it, you gotta walk those putts in.
Just slid that one past the left edge. So for you, the game of golf, what has the AJGA been able to give you to take back that you've been able to now take and pass along to the next generation?
I started playing AJGA at a pretty young age. I started when I was 12, and I mean, I've matured a lot from it. Obviously, you're being at the golf course and going to play a tournament, and you're going to be out there all by yourself for like 5 or 6 hours. You don't have your mom or dad like right next to you holding your hand all the time. You gotta learn your own stuff. So I think they've really helped me mature a lot. And I think another big part is AJGA does this thing called Care for the Course, and you always want to leave the golf course better than you found it.
Yes.
And that's really important. Obviously, you don't want to make a bunch of divots and just leave and ruin the golf course after you leave. Like, you don't want to do that. You don't want that reputation. You want to make it better for the next people, for the next few groups that come,
And it's one of those things too when you talk about leaving it better than you found it. There's nothing worse than getting ready to putt and someone didn't fix a ball mark, or they did something improper, and then you're the one left having to face with that. And it's kind of like, if everybody would just do their part, we wouldn't have this.
I mean, it's the same thing. Like, obviously, your ball going into a divot in the fairway is completely out of your control, but it could have been the previous group who didn't fill their divot with sand or replace their divot or something like that.
Now, an interesting option there, putting off of the green, and you hear some people, they talk about that you chip from off the green, there's a lot of things that can go wrong.
Mm-hmm.
A bad putt from the green, not a lot of options of it going completely wrong unless you just totally misread it. But what's your distance? What do you like to, when you look at it, what's the things that you decide of saying, okay, I'm going to go with the blade here instead of trying to do a chip or a bump and run?
So first, it really depends on how thin and how tight the lie is. There's some golf courses out in Pittsburgh that the grass is like a millimeter long, and you do not want to be chipping that, and it's just so much easier to putt it at that point. But first, it would definitely be the lie, and then second would be like if there's anything in front of me in my line, could it bounce it offline, or is it easier to chip it over that little bound in the green? So I wouldn't say like I would put it at a certain distance. It just depends on the factors playing in of the lie and all that kind of stuff.
Ooh, unfortunate there. So he gets a lip off the edge, and you could kind of see it when it got off the face.
Yeah.
Had just a little bit too much momentum going from that. So this over to 13 now for the ladies. Hole 13, playing 354 today for the girls. And you can tell that's a good tee shot.
Yeah, she liked it.
She liked it. You made the connection, bend over, pick the tee up, walk back to the cart. Everything's good. So, absolutely. So now Greenberg to round out this pairing. Again, threesomes today and tomorrow. Shotgun start for all 3 days due to the excessive heat. And for you thinking about that, if you start on 1 today, you start on 10 tomorrow, what's the thought process there? Is, because obviously I know playing golf, I have golf courses that I like the front 9 over the back 9, or like the back 9 over the front 9. Is the psyche there of if you really want to play on that front 9, but you have to go off on the back 9 first, does that play into your game, or how does that work?
Sometimes it could, just depending on the golf course. I mean, teeing off 1 and 10, I try not to let it get to me too much. If there's like a 9 that I would prefer, like if I like the front 9 better than the back, I think if I started on 1, I'm trying to be aggressive out there and trying to make as many birdies and take as many opportunities that I can get. Whereas if I start on the back 9, I try and play it smart out there and just remind myself there's so much golf to be played, I mean, it's only the first day today. And it's a 54-hole tournament. There's so much golf to play. And
that's something you talk. That's a great point that you bring up. Is you can play yourself in contention today. You can play yourself out of the tournament today as well.
Yeah, I mean, you never know what could happen in even just 9 holes. I mean, there's some low scores out here. I think Jason Wu was 4 or 5 under, I think, through 9. That could switch instantly. Anyone else could go like 6 under on the back 9,
And since the last time we talked about Wu, he's gone par, coming in on the stretch now at 15, 16, and 17. We'll try to get some cameras over that way to catch him as he comes in. But going to the par 3 and then the par 4, 5, and 4. He's got the longest hole of the golf course at 17 coming in, and we'll try to get some shots over there to pick up Wu, who is our leader. But a very nice approach shot there. We're going to take a break. We'll reset everything, get an updated leaderboard, and we'll come back and we'll continue our coverage here from our nation's capital. This is the 2024 Babygrande DC Classic live from Washington, D.C. We're back after this. All right, back here on hole number 9, a very difficult shot coming up as she's flown the green here at 9 and up against the fence, so she got relief from the fence. But now from the cart path, she'll have to pitch over top of the cart path And then the green is going to be kind of a downhill slope from the position that she has. And you can see there she practices her backswing. That fence is in play. I was talking with Tim Krebs last month when I came up to visit, and that was something he talked about. He said there are shots that end up back around this fence from this green. She gets it away, and she got it on the green. So a really good shot from there to get on the dance floor. So she'll still have about 25 foot downhill, but the most important thing is she did get on. We'll see if we can identify this group here on 9.
Time was 7. No, the on the this is 9. Okay, now. Okay,
So now finishing up her putt after the chip on as it runs down the hill and just past the cup. Really good run there. I apologize. I do not have the identifications for this grouping. They did not send me the photo for that, so we'll try to check and see this tee time as they come around to 1. This is the 8th, playing 210 today for the boys. Okay, back to 12. A pitch shot coming up just outside the green. Right on the edge of the fringe. You can see it there. And a player, usually when you make this walk up, you're just trying to judge your distance, seeing exactly where your target line is. Where do you want to try to drop things in? A nice shot from there will be above the hole. This is Rihanna Gunnerate. It's getting ready to approach her shot just off the green. Zian Chu was the young lady there placing her ball mark after the pitch shot. So Gunnar Atney leaves that one just a little bit short, but certainly enough of a position to roll in. There's the thing we were talking about around the D.C. area, especially around the golf course here, being so closely related to the Capitol. Aircraft around the golf course is not uncommon. Over to the 9th. And we did not have the information for this pairing. A slick putt down the hill and wanting it to go.
Tell him to fix his exposure.
And you need to fix your exposure.
Just slides that one past the left edge of the hole. A 6-footer here. And a nice putt there to finish out on 9. Good replay of this here. So our last golfer here at 9 to finish out. About a 3-footer. Again, don't want to get too fancy with it. Just go straight at the hole and a good finish. Over to the 8th. This is the 7 o'clock tee time. Let's see who's going to putt first. This will be Joseph Wang. He's posted right now at 3 under. This is the grouping of Wang, Tien Do, and Mahir Rapira. So now Rapira out of Cranberry, New Jersey, sizing up his putt. At the par 3 8th, playing 210 yards. And leaves that one just a little bit short. So that pairing finishes up at hole 8. So they've got the 9th to finish up, and then their round will be complete. Again, shotgun start, so we started at holes 1 and 10 this morning. This is the 13th. Gunnerati at the tee box. Looks like a hybrid or a fairway wood, if you will. Seems to like the shot. So now Ziyun Chu out of Champaign, Illinois. Chu showing at 2 under, but has not updated on the leaderboard, has not been updated since the 9th. Eyeing it down and hoping to stay out of that kind of rough out in front. So this should be Juan Gao. She's 2 under as well through 9. Again, if that's the last updates that we've had sent to the AJGA leaderboard. And the players out on the course have to input their scores, and then once they've inputted them and updated them from there, then it takes over to the actual leaderboard itself and goes from there to us. So
Taylor, okay, wrong one. They already teed off, but I don't got anything else.
all right, players are still out on the course making their move, so we'll take a break and we'll come back in just a bit. This is the 2024 Babygrande DC Classic. We're back after this. We got anybody finding the leader for the boys yet?
Off with them.
Back here to the 2024 Babygrande DC Classic here in our nation's capital, Washington, D.C. James Collier, happy to have you along with us. Over to the 8th hole we go. Again, the boys playing 210 yards on this par 3. This appears to be the 7:10 tee time. And this will be the putt coming up the hills, Nathan Smith. So they finish things out. They'll head over to the 9th as they get ready to wrap things up for their first day. Again, a shotgun start this morning. First tee's going off at 7. Last tee time was at 8:50, both on holes 1 and 10. Again, just trying to get things moving quickly because the heat index today is supposed to go well up into the triple digits and pushing up near 105 to 110. All right, so we're over to number 9. We have a player that his ball was near the cart path, and he was able to gain relief because of his stance. So he takes the one club length stroke, or one club length back, no closer to the hole, then drops his ball, and now he'll set up for his second shot. And this will be the grouping. Back over to 15. So this will be a birdie putt coming up here. Enough to get it there. A great line and a great putt from there. From that distance, you take your tap in and your par and you go to the house happy. Here's a look at it on an instant replay. Perfect speed there. Okay, back to 9. This is Mahir Ropira out of Cranberry, New Jersey. He's about 40 yards as he tries to chip it through. Gets it to the front edge of the green, and it checks up. Back to 15. Another birdie putt here for the ladies. Oh, just off the left edge. So 2 birdie putt opportunities at 15 come up with pars. Now we go to hole 7. We do have a camera now with our leader that we'll pick up in just a moment of Jason Wu, who's 9 under par. Okay, over to 17 now. This should be the pairing of the leader, Jason Wu, Owen Newberry, and Weston Miller. The gentleman there in your screen, that is Jason Wu. He is your current leader. Wu out of Hong Kong, class of 2025. Had a superb front nine. 4 birdies through the first 6 holes. He eagled 7, the 308-yard par 4. Bogeyed the par 3 8th, came back with birdies on 9 and 10, and then an eagle on 12, and he's gone par through 13, 14, 15, and 16. So if this is for a birdie, this is to get him to double figures. He gives it a firm roll up to the cup, and just a little bit past the cup, so he'll finish that up for a par. Wu with the 3-stroke lead on Finn Watson. Watson playing in the group just ahead of Wu. There's your current boys leaderboard. Roperia is putting right now at 9 after that chip shot and just misses the birdie putt. So Roperia will finish things out, unless there were any changes, wasn't updated, at 5 under. So this is Owen Newberry. And nice putt there. Newberry tied for 14th, but hasn't updated since the 13th hole. You have to think that was probably a birdie run there. So now your leader, Jason Wu, for par. This to stay at 9 under. He misses it just past the hole. So Wu's going to give one back at 17. So he'll fall to 8 under par. But still 2 strokes ahead of Finn Watson. Over to the 4th. And most of the golfers expected to finish up today sometime around 12:45, 1 o'clock, which is going to get them off the course before the crazy heat really settles into the course area. Breeze this morning has been very welcoming. Over to 9 and just lips out that putt. So he'll tap in to finish things up. So handshakes for the group that finishes out here at 9 of Wong, Doe, and Roperia. Roperia at 5 under. So over to 18. This is above the hole. Down the hill, left to right. And will it turn back? It just stays up on the hole. So this is Trey Treadwell out of Omaha, Nebraska. That gentleman that just putted was North Cherry, who was tied for 3rd. Great run there by Treadwell as he puts it in the bottom of the jar. We won't have to think that's a birdie for Treadwell there at 18 as we take a look at it on your instant replay here. firm to the cup and just let it drop in off the left edge. All right, over to the 18th tee box now. This is our group that has our leader in of Jason Wu, Owen Newberry, and Weston Miller. This will be Owen Newberry. 393 on the 18th hole, straight away, and they're saying he lost this one right. Immediately saw Jason point to the right off the tee box there. So he'll have some work to do, as now our leader, Jason Wu. Wu's still showing at 9 under, but we believe he gave one back at 17. Wu doesn't like it as well. He kind of leaned out of that one as he let it go. Okay, over to 15. These are birdie putts for the ladies. This is Andy Greenberg out of Bethesda, Maryland. The 8 o'clock tee time off of the first hole this morning. Good roll, just left it a little bit short. And it's kind of what I've seen today is from that hole is coming up short below the hole. So now this will be Rianne Lee out of New Zealand.
AJGA.
Good roll, just runs that one passes the hole. So now the birdie attempt for Queen Yu Zhang. Okay, over to 9 now. Trying to identify okay, this is Charles McPherson out of Durham, North Carolina. So McPherson is kind of setting up, trying to figure out what options that he has here. He has to go back. He cannot go forward closer to the hole. So he's looking for a drop spot, talking with a rules official there with the AJGA. We'll stay here with 9 as with McPherson. McPherson showing at 2 under par, a tie for 13th currently. So now our tournament director is going to join the party. This is Thomas Harrison. That's one thing with the rules officials and all of the assistants that are out here that's working with it, the tournament directors, they do a phenomenal job with the AJGA. This is our 3rd tournament that my crew has worked with the AJGA, and just top-notch from top to bottom. Adam Cohen joining me for some commentary a little bit ago, and he'll be back with me some tomorrow and Thursday. A graduate of Alabama, and I was talking with him Sunday when we first met, and he was saying he was really intrigued by everything that we were doing and kind of wanted to come over and give some looks to this. And I was like, well, come on. I mean, we would love to have you. So He'll be with me some. Faith Choi, who is out on the course with Chi Chi over on the other stream. Go to babygrandgolf.com, and the landing page is right there. All you got to do is sign in. It doesn't cost anything, and it'll take you to the streams for each day. Again, we'll be back with you tomorrow morning beginning at 9 o'clock, and then on Thursday for Championship Thursday, we'll get started around 8:30. This is the 12th, and a putt from off the green just comes up short.
Back to 9.
Okay, back to 9. This is McPherson. Took his relief from the cart path, and he got it way too stiff. Rolls it down the front edge of the green. My camera operator's going the wrong direction. The ball went all the way to the front of the green. There we go. So our second shot that we've seen from almost that spot. So now back to 12. 456 par 5 for the ladies. Just slides it past the left edge. So she'll go ahead and finish. Our apologies on some of the females that we can not identify. They were not all given to us. So this is Julia Hugh out of Boyd's, Maryland. And a very nice putt there. We'll take a look at this on your instant replay. About a 9-footer. Really firm to the cup. And a great finish. And you can kind of see the body language there. She kind of nosed it down. Okay, this is McPherson, who chipped from the cart path. And then this is the second putt after he came back up the hill. So now this is the finish of that putt. And a good finish there. So he'll finish with a bogey as the grouping of Nathan Smith, Charles McPherson, and Henry Delzer round out their first round here at the DC Classic. Over to 18, that's her leader, Jason Wu. So Wu did par the 17th, so that was a par, so he is still 9 under. So he was trying that birdie putt fourth to get to 10 under. So now at 18, and Wu coming up the hill for what should be a birdie. This would get him to double figures for day one at 10 under par. 6 under at the turn. Birdied 10 and eagled 12, and he's been pars since. So again, an 18th hole, a very straight shot to work with. Straight off the tee box. You do not want to go long on this hole. That's the kind of the place that puts you in jail, if you will. So here's Wu for birdie to get to 10 under. And he lost it as soon as he got it going. There's another look at it from Wu. Trying to firm it up there, and he'll have about 2 foot to finish out for what should be a 9 under par opening round. And that's what Wu will do. So Wu's in the clubhouse at 9 under. He leads the event. Jager Payne is at 7 under. He is also finished, along with Finn Watson, who's at 7 under. Okay, over to the 4th hole. This is our 8:30 tee time. And this is Suyeon Singh for birdie. And he never got it to turn. It's a group of Singh, Gallon Fowles, and Patrick Carl. So now, let's see if Singh is going to finish his putt. No, he'll pick up and wait. So now this will be Gallon Fowles, Northampton, Massachusetts, senior this year, just graduated, class of 2024. All of these for birdie.
Yes.
All of these are birdie putts. So Fowles for birdie at 4. Just didn't give it enough. Had the line perfect, though. So he'll tap in for a 4. Or excuse me, a 3 on the par 3, 4th hole. And now Patrick Carl, Mount Airy, Maryland. Stuck a nice shot in there about 5 feet away and pushed it out to the left. And now he's looking at his line. You could see the body language as soon as it took off. It broke hard left on him. He just kind of went out and pointed, like, how did that move? So now Singh to finish up for a round of par. Singh at 3 under par. So pars all around up for that grouping on the par 3 4th hole. Over to 7 now. 7 playing 308 yards for the gentleman, a par 4. Certainly a green that's reachable. A really good chip up to. Getting some delay from the signal out at 7. Again, the leaderboard scrolling across the bottom of your screen, that gives you the updated scores throughout the event as the players report those, and then we'll sneak our leaderboards in as well throughout. And you'll see over on the left-hand side of your screen, there's your boys' leader. Jason Wu just finished up. He's in the clubhouse with the lead at 9 under. He's finishing out signing his. We'll see if we can track down the girls' leader of Zuan Gao. We get the group over to 13 now. A very tough shot here out of the weeds. Chunks it out, and what a shot from that location. Going to leave it about 5 feet from the pin. Take a look at this one on the instant replay. Got a really good hop on that last check there on the rough, and maybe one too many hops, but either way, from that position there, a great shot. So now chip coming up just off the green. Very nice up and down there to tap in to finish things out. Okay, let's go to 9 now. This is the 7:20 tee time. Or excuse me, no. Yes, this is a 7:20 tee time from 10. So this is Aiden Tudor lining up a long putt. Tudor, a southpaw. Good run toward the hole and just left it underneath the hole, though. So now Will Kaufman. There's the leaders at the scores table signing in. Finishing out their paperwork to complete their rounds. Let's go back to 9. This is as this grouping wraps up. On the 9th hole after Tudor finishes his putt for par. Not a tough putt here, a tricky, about a 3-footer. You just want to be firm to the hole. He's down. He's below the hole. I'm looking directly at him from our broadcast position. And a nice finish for that grouping there at 9. Okay, over to 15 now.
This may be the girls' leaders group. I don't know which one it is. Not all I can give you.
We believe this is the girls' leader group. We are trying to confirm it, but that is a beautiful tee shot there on the par 3, 162-yard par 15th hole. We will try to confirm in just a moment as well. We believe this is and that's Zion Chu that just teed off. Sent that one just off to the right edge there in the second cut. That was Gao, your leader, that teed off just a moment ago. I believe. Let's see. No, I'll take that back. This is Gao here. So this is your girls' leader, Zion Ju. I believe it's either Gao or Ju. I will double check in just one moment as well. And she's on the dance floor, so 2 birdie putts and a chip coming up for our girls' leader at 15. We'll take a break. We'll let them get up to the green, and then we'll come back for their birdie putts, and we'll continue with the girls as we'll bring the leaders group in as we continue our coverage here on the 2024 Babygrande Golf DC Classic after this. Okay, back to 12 as we bring you back here for Babygrande Golf DC Classic. Shin Gao, we did confirm her pronunciation. And again, I wanted to make certain to get everything proper with that as well. But she is your girls leader, and we're going to follow her in. We'll have her shots. They're up at 15 in just a moment. We have a bunker shot coming up here at the 12th. Number 12, a par 5, playing 456 for the ladies. Again, 24 girls in the field, 48 boys. Okay, we'll go to 15. This is our lead group. This is for birdie. And gets it to fall in. She gave it the lean there. That was Gunarati, excuse me. You can see it says goes bend, and bends it right into the cup. Okay, 12 out of the bunker. That's the shot that's left. So, oh, that was over the bunker on the backside. Excuse me. Now the shot is still left there in the bunker. Okay, back to 15. This is your leader. This is Shin Gao for birdie to get to 5 under. Gao with 6 birdies and a bogey on today's round. She get it enough. Just under the hole, so she's going to have a little bit of work left to do. I think I just heard my producer say we just missed the bunker shot. So many shots that you're trying to work in again, and sometimes people go a little faster than you want them to. So, okay, back to 15. This is Xingyu Chu. Chu showing at 3 under, but she hasn't reported since the 13th. She's a hole behind. At least it's that we have seen. So very much in contention, though, but this would put her in a tie with Gao for the lead. And she got it with a fist pump there at the cup. Here's your replay for the birdie putt, and we've got a tie at the top of the leaderboard. As Chu with a fist pump. Now your co-leader of Gao to save par and to remain at 4 under. Nice finish there for her. So a 2-way tie at the top for the ladies. Now these numbers have just been updated. Now we have a 4-way tie at the top. Back to 12 now, putting off the green. Left that one under the hole the whole way. And that is the grouping that we did not receive information on. Well, we have a moment, a hat tip to my phenomenal crew, our executive producers, Jeff Irwin, our technical director as well. Our producer for this event is Trey Collier. Our camera operators, Katie Irwin, Rachel Irwin, Felicia Collier, Jacob Hankins, Taylor Gammon, and Cam Bryan. This is 16. This is our lead group. Okay, now over to the boys at the 8th. The 210-yard par 3. This is a hole that 3 is fine. You take a 3 on a 200-plus yard par 3. This is probably one of the harder holes on the course for the way things are playing today. And this is our 7:40 tee time off of hole number 10. So this is Arush Malmandi out of Edgewater, New Jersey. Two over on the day. He's grouped with James Spallone and Ethan Butters. Butters at 3 under par. Now to the 16th. Straightaway par 4. 419 today it plays for the ladies. And here's one of your leaders for the girls, excuse me. This is Shin Gao. Class of 2026. Macy Rasmussen has made a run with 3 birdies through 15, 16, and 17. And that takes out a double bogey that she had on the 10th. So a really good run by Rasmussen. So 2 of the leaders in this grouping, as Inu Chu is also at 4 under, but has not updated her scorecard online. So Gao likes her tee shot at the 16th. Now over to number 18, our finishing hole for the event. 371 for the ladies today. The putt coming uphill. And just a little bit short.
Yeah, actually on there. Yeah, like when you get SD cards. Okay. That's out there. We mainly just need like the player and the news, like when we get it from the players, and then just that audio. Okay. So I mean, we could just go out to like screen record it, all the audio. You think that'll be fine? It should be. Okay. All right. We'll get it done there. It was already be off by now. I don't know if we're. Yeah, it was just. And I said that we interviewed the kid that just. That's in first there. Yeah.
Nice putt there on 18 to finish things out. All right, so this is our co-leader, Macy Rasmussen, at 18. This should be, I believe, for birdie. And she puts that one in to finish things out at 18. Here's a look at it on your instant replay. We'll double check and make sure that was for birdie and not for par. So players rounding things out here on day number 1 of the 2024 Babygrande DC Classic here at the East Potomac Golf Links in Washington, D.C. Again, we'll start with you tomorrow morning with coverage beginning at 9 o'clock. Tee time start at 7. Goes from 7 to 8:50. And then after tomorrow, we'll trim the field down after the 36 holes and Championship Thursday. These are par putts, maybe birdie putts over at 8. So good finish there on number 8. Okay, here's one of our leaders. This is Gao from the rough. You can see pretty close to the pin. All right, so a finish up of a putt over at 8 for the gentleman. Okay, to the 16th green we go now. Gunarate. This is with some of the leaders, or in the lead pack, I should say. This is with Gao and Chu, which we believe is in that mix at 4 under. We're still waiting for Rasmussen to sign in her final scorecard to see if her last putt was for birdie or for par. If it was birdie, that puts her in sole possession for the lead, as the ladies are just now getting finished up. Some of those numbers that you see that's off the pace a little bit, those are probably scores that just has not been entered or updated. Cell service on the golf course in places is sketchy. We've had some issues with our side as well, with the coverage from our cameras getting signal back into the production trailer. So the far back corner of the golf course, back where holes 14, 15, and then 5 and 6, that's where those are as well. So it's really sketchy back that way. So Gunarate puts it in. Here's a look at it on your instant replay. Firm to the cup and just let it fall over the edge of the jar. So this is Xinyun Chu, who we believe is at 4 under, pending any differences of the scorecard that we do not see from what we see on our side. About a 15-footer here. Good roll, didn't get it there. She'll finish that one out. And now one of our co-leaders of Shin Gao. Gao with a bogey on number 2, then came back with 3 birdies, a 2 under 34 on the front 9, birdies at 11 and 12 today. Everything else is pars. Only the 1 bogey for Gao. 8-footer at the edge of the cup and missed it the whole way. Now over to 13. We've got a group at 9 also working. We'll go to there in just a moment, as one of the players on the leaderboard at tied for 6th is still yet to go. Let's go to 9. So this is our 7:30. This is Jackson Geyer. Just a little bit too firm there and off the edge. So the 7:30 group off of 10 tee box this morning finishes up with a handshake at the 9th green, and they'll sign in their scorecards. We go back to 13 now. And a good finish there for the putt. Oh, no. The in and out, it went all the way around the cup and came back around to the front. Hey, look at it here. There you see it on your replay. Just swirled around the outer edge. Now this is the 6th hole. 547 par 5 for the gentleman today. Some really nice hops there to get that one up close to the green. Big told our camera operator in the sky cam is he's having a battle with the wind, and the wind is winning. He's not very big. He may get blown out of there. We were keeping a close eye on him there, but that's his shot that you're seeing there. He's doing a really good job of keeping it nice and stable for you. So, again, day 1 of the Babygrande Golf DC Classic, 2nd annual event. So here's your boys leaderboard. Jason Wu's in the clubhouse. He leads the things at 9 under. Jagger Payne, Finn Watson, and Weston Miller tied for 2nd at 7 under. North Cherry at 6 under. Mahira Ropiria and Shrey Shamara at 5 under. Shamara still out on the course. And then Treadwell, Errol Shaw, and Henry Delzer rounds up your top 10. Again, the asterisk beside their name indicates they started on hole 10 this morning. Here's your girls leaderboard. Kia Naik at 4 under with Macy Rasmussen and Shin Gao, along with Aaliyah Shields Ropedy. So chip over at 7, and he caught that one really crisp and shot it out of there low and skulls it across the green. Okay, here's a look at 15. This is in the cart path. This is from our tower cam over at the par 3, 15th hole. Okay, now to 18. Needed that one to go from the word go. So I was going to leave some work to be done on the chip shot there at 18. This is back at the 7th hole. Drivable par 4 for the gentleman. down the hill toward the pin, and a very nice roll. Let's head over to 9 for some putts at 9. This is Arush Malmanandi. Malmandi out of Edgewater, New Jersey. He didn't like something there. He's going to back off and mark his ball and line up another putt. Just slides it past the right edge. Over to 15 now. Chip shot from off the green. Up the hill. And that was going to roll through. That's something this green that I've seen today. This green has really sped up.
This is the girl on the car path. She dropped.
Okay, so this was the car path ball we showed you earlier. This is her drop. This is our final grouping for the ladies at 8:30. Gets the roll and a very nice up from that position. That was Jingran Jing. Okay, this is McKenna Murphy out of Longwood, Florida for birdie at 15. Murphy 1 under, but hasn't recorded anything since the 6th hole, according to our scoring that we see on the AJGA's website. Up the hill, right to left, and much like every putt I've seen from there today, left it short under the hole. So a little bit of work there to do for par. So now off of the green. And never got it above the hole. That was Julia Hua out of Boys, Maryland. And that's one of the things when you try to putt out of that rough, sometimes even off the fringe, the blade of grass grabs the ball and it'll turn it away that you didn't expect it to go. And that one, kind of what that one looked like there. So now Murphy for par after leaving that birdie putt up the hill short. And a good finish. To the 8th now we go. Par 3, 210 yards. Minghe Sang out of China at the tee box. Now back over to 15, a par putt. And now back to 8. This is Xing Wang out of China, class of 2027. And now back to 15 to wrap things up.
They're putting now. Anyone got anything for me?
All right, let's take a break as we have some players moving about the course. We'll check the leaderboard when we return and bring everybody in as they wrap things up on day number 1. This is coverage of the 2024 Babygrande Golf DC Classic. We're back after this. Back here at the 2024 Babygrande Golf DC Classic. Day 1 about to wrap up here.
Transmitter?
The receiver.
So this is Qingyu Zhang out of Arlington, Virginia, putting at 18. Down the hill and comes up just short of the cup. So she'll mark and let our other players that's off to the right work.
Might need to move to a different location. Okay.
We need to move to the right here on 18. There we go. So Rianna Lee here putting, coming back up the hill. Gave it a run and didn't get it there. Saw a ball kind of hop as soon as she put the face of the blade to it. So she'll go ahead and finish out. That'll leave Andy Greenberg with her putt now. Off the leaderboard for the moment, we're showing Aaliyah Shields Rodipi at 5 under par as the leader. 3 players at 4 under of Kia Nayak, Macy Rasmussen, and Shin Gao. So Andy Greenberg here with a putt at 18 through the umbrella. Again, it's you can put a camera on a course and nobody around it, and people will find either a way to put something in front of it or stand in front of it all the time. Tried to walk that one in and just got it a little bit too firm. So she'll line this one up, and I think she's going to mark it and take another look at that one coming back to the hole. So a tap in now, or tap in there, and now Greenberg to finish out her putt some 3.5 feet past the hole. And a good putt there for Greenberg. 18th to the tee box. This should be Gunarate. She booms that one away. Wind blowing in the face of the players. Now actually at their back now. It was just swirled around. Now Chu. Tied for 5th at 3 under par. Again, 18, a straight shot, 371 for the ladies today. You do not want to go long. Long is in those trees that are nestled just behind the green, in which it leaves you with a cart path to work through. And today, a lot of green to work with because of the placement of the pin down in the bottom left corner. Okay, over to 15. This is the par 3. We'll identify this group when we get someone close to them. This was the one we did not get pictures from this morning. There's your girls' leaderboard off to your left. Left and out to the left edge. All right, the final tee shot at 18, and Gal tried to walk that one down. Not certain if she liked it or not. All right, back over to 15. And under the hole. And you just saw as soon as it came off the face of the putter there, it kind of grabbed grass and made it turn hard right. Very breezy day here. Wind really picking up here at the golf course as the heat continues to intensify. But the nice part is the shotgun start this morning got everybody out by 8:50, and we're looking at probably about 1 o'clock of getting everyone off the course and finished up with their first round, and then we'll do the same thing the next 2 days. We'll have a smaller field on Friday, so as the cut will go after the 36 holes. And look down one there, and again, only a handful of groupings still left out on the golf course. Yeah, there's trip around D.C. We've been trying to get out and see some of the sights and capture the elements around D.C. The beautiful look there from the pool at the Washington Monument. Beautiful evening. We walked out and went around kind of the mall area there earlier. I believe it was Sunday night when we went out. Some of the fountains around the area. This was over at the Arlington Cemetery yesterday. Made a trip over to go see the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier and watch the changing of the guard, a very powerful thing to watch in person. But the Arlington Cemetery and got to see the burial place of President John F. Kennedy. The World War II Memorial and the fountains there. All right, back to 15. Par 3, 162 yards today for the ladies. We just froze. We're having some trouble with our connection out on that hole. Tee shot does roll up on the edge of just shy of the edge of the green, so one ball on, one ball off over at 15. This may be our lead group. I believe this is our lead group, which has the leader of Rodipi in it. Her shot comes up, hit high, but just off the edge of the green. So one ball on the dancing surface, or the putting surface, I should say, on the dance floor, and two just off. And it'll be interesting to see how the players elect to play these two balls that are just off the putting surface, whether they'll go with try a little bump and run or try to putt it. As you see the group walking up 15, far back corner of the golf course. This is where we have our tower cam positioned. Again, coverage begins tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. And then we'll begin probably around 8:30 on Thursday, because the leaders will get on a little earlier, and we want to try to stay with the leaders pretty much most of the way. We'll still have coverage throughout the golf course, but we will have cameras with the lead groups, and then we can move things around as needed when we go to there. This is the 8th. This is our 850 group of Henry Tracy, Chaz Wilson, and Shin Exon Yang. And let's see who is going to putt first. Okay, back to 15. All right, so we are going to putt from this spot. I've got to double check here. I believe that group I just identified was a different group, and I've again try to find through pictures. I've got the correct one identified now, so we'll go back to there in just a minute. But this is your girls' lead group. So this is for birdie off of the green, up the hill, right to left, bending in, got to go, and how many times I've said it today, if this shot at 15, it's come up short. So a very makeable par putt from that location, though. So the leader of Shields Rodippi is in this group, as is Eugene Liu, at 3 under. That can't be correct because they're showing that she is finished. So again, we have this one. This is the one group that we did not get pictures of. So this is not our lead group, but we will double check to see the names on this when they make the turn here to 16, where we have somebody on the ground that we can contact. That putt comes up short, so a tap in there for the par. And we just lost an umbrella. This is the windy day that we've talked about. That's Shin Gao. She's 4 under, and it's, again, the wind has really picked up over about the last hour, really gusting winds. Okay, back to 15. This is a birdie putt. See if she can get it there. And the turn, perfect speed, just a little bit out to right, but a good putt from there, and she'll tap in for a par. Okay, back to Shin Gao, tied for second at 4 under par. This is over at the 18th. And a really nice shot up to the pin, and she'll have a shot at birdie to get to 5 under. So look at it off the replay as she picks it off that dirt surface there and got the nice hop and stop. Putt for par at 15. So that group rounds things out there. Now back to 18. A little chip off the green here. Gets it on the surface and gets it rolling and left it short. Again, that's coming up that hill. They're on the front edge off to the left corner of the green at 18 today.
T-box, the 820 tee time.
Okay, this is at 8. This is the 8:20 tee time this morning. And this is Hua-Yun Sun out of Orlando, Florida, class of 2026. Back to 18. Trying to run it up the hill, and it's got to go. All right, back to 8 now. This is Yaifan Wang out of China, 2026 class. And Savyasachi Candela out of Chesterfield, Missouri, rounds out that group. All right, back to 18. This is Gao. Down the hill, about 10 feet. Trying to put it off the toe of the putter to deaden it down and just never got it to the hole. Here's another look at it from behind. Just left it under the hole the whole way. So she'll finish out that putt. Certainly in contention, as we've got a log jam at the top of the women's leaderboard. That's Candela. There's a look at your ladies' leaderboard. Shields Rodupi at 5 under. This is Chu at 3 under, tied for 5th. And a good firm roll into the back of the cup. It's Gunarate. And a good finish putt for her as well. Another look at it from across the green. She firms it into the cup. So hugs all around on the 18th for this group, who will have themselves in contention. All right, but tough shot coming up here on the 7th for the boys, all the way up on the hillside. This will be a second shot, I would believe, and just left it off to the right side of the green. This group at 7, this is Sing Fowles and Carl. Sing wearing the red head dressing there with the visor, walking back, getting ready to approach his second shot. It's 7 playing 308 today for the boys. One of the drivable par 4s that's on this course. All right, so we're over at 9. And a tough shot just off the front edge of the bunker. Very nice shot there as he rolls it up nice to the cup. So we have a little bit of work there to finish up, but a beautiful shot from just over in front of the bunker there at hole number 9, which will be his 18th hole. Okay, back to 7. This should be Patrick Carl chipping from off the green after his second shot from up there off the hillside. Landed off the edge of the green, and then he leaves himself well short on the chip. All right, back over to hole number 9. This is Callan Harrell out of York, Pennsylvania. So he tries to loft this one toward the hole and needs it to sit down. Gets it underneath the hole. He'll have a tricky putt, about 7 foot coming back. Jason Wu's in the clubhouse as your leader for the boys at 9 under. Jager Payne, Finn Watson, and Weston Miller at 7 under par. North Cherry, Ethan Butters at 6 under. Mahir Roperia, Chaz Wilson at 5 under. And then rounding out what would be the top 10, Trey Treadwell, Shrai Sharma, Colton Woosley, and Suwon Singh at 4 under par, tied for 9th. Back over to the 7th hole. Only a couple of groups still left out on the golf course, wrapping things up here on day number 1 of the DC Classic. All right, back to 9. I got you. This is Callan Harrell. This is the cleanup after the chip shot from off the green. Down the hill a little bit left to right. Not a lot. Again, the greens have been pretty true today. Not a lot of break to them, and tries to slide it right into the hole and leaves it out on the outer edge. So now, Haishu Kao. Good finish there for him. So handshakes for the 8-10 grouping this morning that went off of hole number 10. They'll go off of hole number 1 tomorrow. Now we go to hole number 8. That was Patrick Carl's tee shot from the 8th. And now Suwon Singh, who is showing at a tie for 9th. Now he's up to a tie for 7th after the last update that we just got. He's at 5 under par. This is Gallon Fowles out of Northampton, Massachusetts, for his tee shot at the 8th. All right, we're going to take a break. We'll come back. We'll bring our groups in at 9 and 18 and wrap things up here on day number 1 of the Babygrande Golf DC Classic when we continue after this. Babygrande Golf DC Classic. A look at the beautiful shot there of the Washington Monument. We're at the 7th hole right now as our final group's finishing up out on the golf course. Shotgun start this morning, so players going off holes 1 and 10. They'll do the same thing both tomorrow and on Thursday when we go into the final round. We'll do the cuts after tomorrow from 36, and then the 54 holes will have the champions going for last year's record of 26 under by Michael Lee and the young lady from California of Nicole, let me get her last name correctly, Inakov. She went 17 under to tie the record for the women. So the boys, Jason Wu is in the clubhouse at 9 under. He leads the way. 3 players at 7 under, Jager Payne, Finn Watson, and Weston Miller. It's only a couple of groups left out on the golf course, and we'll take us up to the top of the hour, and we'll wrap things up here for day number 1, or close to it as we get some groups coming up. Hole number 9 here as we get to finish over at 7. Long putt there that just stays up. Again, we've battled the elements from RF, wind, and heat to bring coverage here today. And glad to have everyone along with us that's tuned in here with us for day number 1 of the DC Classic here in our nation's capital. We've had an opportunity to go out and kind of experience some of the stuff around Washington, and we've captured some of those videos of some of the visits that we've done, and just trying to bring in the elements that is Washington D.C. Spent some time Sunday night over at the monument and in the World War II memorial there, as you see one of the fountains there from that, and the fountain pool. Got up to the Lincoln Memorial as well. Yesterday over to the Arlington Cemetery and the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier, and got to watch the changing of the guard from there. There's the fountain below the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier that overlooks the backdrop there of Washington, D.C. Got to visit the graveside of President John F. Kennedy and his family, and try to get the Capitol and the White House. The White House was closed down Sunday when we were there, of getting up close enough to go see it, so it has since been reopened. So we'll try to get over there and get some videos from that to bring into the broadcast, but just to bring in some of the local flavor from what Washington, D.C. has to offer in our time here in our nation's capital. Back to 7. Oh, and our second time we've seen that today. Ball lips all the way back around to the front. That is a tough way to take a shot. Just swirls around. That was Teddy Wilson out of New York. There's that breathtaking view we were talking about. Washington Monument there. Lines up on the golf course perfectly, coming back in for holes 16 and 17, and then 8 and 9. The monument typically provides you your aiming point back toward the green of each one of those holes. There's your leaderboard. Again, the asterisk beside their name or number, that means they started on hole 10 this morning. They'll start on hole 1 tomorrow, and we flip tee time. So if you started early today, you'll start late tomorrow. And we'll start again at 7 o'clock tee times. 8:50 will be our final tee time. We'll begin our broadcast at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning right here at babygrandegolf.com and bring you all the coverage for round number 2. And then we'll cut the field down, and the final round on Thursday morning, we'll begin our coverage at 8:30. Okay, over to the 9th. This is our 820 group of Kiwon Sun, Saviasachi Kandula, and Yaisov Yang. This is Wang here, excuse me. Finishing up now he's going to back off. Okay. So this is Kandula, upcoming senior out of Chesterfield, Missouri. Looking over at his putt. This is downhill. So he's giving a very long look there. You see a leaf swirling across the putting surface. Again, the wind blowing in the face of Kandula here. Too much speed. Takes it about 3 feet past the hole, so he'll have some work to do coming back. Back to 8. This is Teddy Wilson. That's out the par 3, 210-yard 8th hole. All right, back to 9. And this is Yaifan Wang, junior out of China. Up the hill, a little bit of movement, not a lot, just firm to the cup, and he puts it in with ease. Nice putt there by Wang as he finishes out his round. Here's a look at it on your instant replay. And again, that's something with the cups. The way the pins are placed today, just be firm to them. Not a lot of movement side to side. Greens are really rolling nicely, so. Now this is Singh. And slides it past the cup, and he left him some work to do coming back. Singh on the front page of that leaderboard at 5 under. Excuse me, that was Sun, my mistake. I looked at my screen or my paper wrong. Now we're to 17. Ladies playing this one at 460 today on a par 5. You can see the frustration there on the putt that doesn't go home. All right, back to 9. This is Kandula. And a good finish for him. So now, Kiwon Sun out of Orlando, Florida. And a good finish on that side there as well. So a couple of groups still to come up. 9. Approaching now is the group of Suwon Singh, Galen Fowles, and Patrick Carl. And then we've got 2 groups behind them, and that'll wrap us up for day number 1. Again, there's a look at, I believe that's from the 8th. We got a couple of groups finishing up at 8, and then they'll come up the 9th as well. So over to the 18th as the ladies finish up. Again, we talking with Faith Choi earlier, and one of the things the AJGA talks about, leave it better than you found it. And you see the young lady there as she walks back and makes a ball mark repair, or she gets ready to line up some putts here. This is our 8:30 grouping for the ladies. This is Julia Hua out of Boyd's, Maryland. And leaves that one a little bit short. McKenna Murphy down by the pin, and this will be Jingrang Jing out of China for a very long putt back down the hill to the left corner. It's firm to the hole, and she made certain she gave it a run. Wasn't going to leave it short, that's for certain. Over to the 18th tee box. Again, just going straight at the green. It bends off just slightly to the left. A good-looking ball up that left edge there as we go up to the green of 18. And push that one out to the left the whole way. So Murphy misses an opportunity there at 18 as she'll tap in to finish out her round. And now Hua. So our 8:30 group has concluded. So 2 more groups behind them for the ladies, and 2 groups still yet to go for the boys. This is the 8th. This is Aiden Denani out of Upland, California, and he pokes that one in the back of the jar. So Denani, Teddy Wilson, and Jacob Kean. Okay, this is 9 and Patrick Carl. About 8 foot right at the cup. And he knew it as soon as he tapped it. He had the mark. Carl puts it down to finish out his round. And now Gallon fouls from a little bit. You can see him just coming into your screen. This thing's going to block our hole. So what I said, you can put one camera out there and there's somebody that's going to find some way to cover it up. And he puts that one in the bottom of the jar. So Singh, Fowles, and Carl finished at the 9th hole today. All right, 17 now. She's urging it to go and didn't get to see the end result there, but wow, nice chip from there, though. All right, to the 8th tee box we go. This is Aiden Denani out of Upland, California, class of 2027. Teddy Wilson teeing his ball up now at the 210-yard par 3 8th. Back to 17. Back to 8. Jacob Kean out of New Zealand. So one group behind them of Henry Tracy, Chaz Wilson, and Shinexen Yang. Chaz Wilson at tied for 10th at 4 under par. Back to 17 now. These were the two groups that we did not have identified, and one of these is our leader, so we'll try to make certain that we get that. We're looking for Aaliyah Shields Rodupi. As Angela Chen is down a tie for the lead with Rodipi. Kia Naik, Macy Rasmussen, Shin Gao, and Kate Roberts tied for 3rd at 4 under par. So that group's finished at 17. A look up at 8. I believe that is our angle. Or okay. Either way, a beautiful shot there of the Washington Monument. All right, players moving to their next holes. We're waiting for our group to get to 18 to tee off, one of our ladies' groups. Okay, so this would be our lead group, so we need to figure out which one Aaliyah is so we can identify her. She is one of our leaders. Again, we did not get a photograph of that group this morning. I had tipped to the AJGA, though, and their staff of everything that they've done to help us out and getting us information, printouts, timesheets, taking pictures and texting this morning so we can identify the players out on the golf course. It's not as easy as you may think. Again, you see on television, professional golfing and stuff, they have caddies, they've got name badges across the back of their bags on the bibs that the caddies are wearing. That's not the case here. So we're going off of tee times and pictures and identifying people from there. So okay, so this is the 840 group. So this is Jolie Johnson, Kaylin Park, and Ava Garrison. And in our lead group of Aaliyah Shields, Rodipi, Mia Melendez, and Yujing Liu is back at the tee box at 18 waiting to tee off. Hot and sticky here in our nation's capital, but very windy as well. And the wind has certainly helped us in our shaded area that we've set up our broadcast location, which is my executive producer. He found this spot, and from the spot we were originally looking at going to, this one's a much better option. Here's a beautiful shot up on 9 that just rolls up on the hole, and that'll get a hand clap from the gallery.
On the Holly Lane. I think we just lost battery on the Holly Lane.
So here's 17. This is the par 5. Okay, so our lead group is away at 17. All right, we're going to take a break. We'll come back. We'll bring our last groups in as we wrap up day number 1 coverage of the Babygrande Golf DC Classic when we return after this. Back here at the Babygrande Golf DC Classic at the 9th. And the putt up the hill, that was from Jacob Kean out of Auckland, New Zealand. As he'll tap out. And the grouping of Aidan Denani, Teddy Wilson, and Jacob Kean close out their first day of the 2024 Babygrande Golf DC Classic. So one group yet to go on 9. This is Henry Tracy, Chaz Wilson, and Shinexon Yang. And this is at 18. And this is, I think we're searching for a ball, and you can see the look on her face there. She put her hand on the face as kind of saying, where did my ball go? And again, if this was off of the tee and she lost the ball, she will have to return to the tee box and play her third shot from there. This is the grouping of Jolie Johnson, Kaylin Park, and Ava Garrison. I believe they might have found, because she is walking toward, we have a player here now walking backward, searching for a ball. Beautiful day, but hot and steamy here in our nation's capital. So searching for balls from the tees of 18 of our next to last group still on the course for the ladies. She's obviously already hit because she's chipped on, so she must have gone over the green because or was she on the green? Yeah, Jolie Johnson, you can see it there. She's fixing her ball mark, so. So good coverage tomorrow morning begins at 9 o'clock right here at babygrandgolf.com. As we flip the field, players that went out on 10 this morning will go out on 1 tomorrow, and then their times also flip up as well with an hour difference in time. Again, first tee times begin at 7, last tee time at 8:50. And then on Thursday, we'll trim the field down and we'll have a smaller field, so earlier tee times to get everybody out on the field will be out at about 8:30 on our coverage to bring you the final round, as we'll be following the lead group as well as all the stuff out on the courses throughout the entire event, much like what we've been able to do today. I think at some point in fashion, outside of a couple of holes today, we've had every hole on the golf course covered. And we'll make some adjustments tomorrow to make sure that we do get those holes that didn't make an appearance today out on the golf course for you tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right here. Blue and white. Same thing. Is she not in this group? There's someone else in this group because there's only 2 of us.
My question is the cart that's coming up, was this the player? There's a player off to the right there. This girl right here. I don't know if she is looking for a ball.
Is she in this group on 18?
I believe so. That's not even a player. Okay. Never mind. There's a golf cart. So my question is the player coming up in the golf cart, she had to hit a provisional for a lost ball. Okay, so that's probably the parent then of the golfer. There we go. Now the player driving up. Okay. Yeah, sometimes we're kind of, out in the dark on some of this stuff, trying to figure everything out as we go. So don't kill the messengers. We're just trying to deliver the message as we get it. Our final group still to tee off at 18. And Aaliyah Shields Rodipi, she is your leader at 6 under. Angela Chen at 5 under. She's in the clubhouse. Kia Nayak, Macy Rasmussen, Shin Gao, and Kate Roberts are at 4 under. They're all tied for 3rd. Yazabel Liu, Xinyu Chu, Rihanna Gunarad, yes, at 3 under, along with Nia Chloe, and Jin Gran Jing at 3 under. That rounds out what would be your top 10. Those are all tied at 7. Okay, here comes the shot from the player that was with the next to last group finishing up at 18. That's the green of 1 you see behind you. So trying to punch this underneath the trees and toward the green. I do not see the outcome. So we'll spot the ball here in just a moment. Let's go over to 9 for a couple of putts as they wrap up their round over here. This is Chaz Wilson here putting it at the 9th hole. Just runs that one past. So Henry Tracy lining up his putt as he'll send it up the hill. Pretty straightforward putt here for Tracy. Trying to bring it in off that left edge and push it out there too much. All right, so the player at 18 has flown the green. That's the cart path. So her drop will have to go back into that tree area of where it's kind of like mulchy pine straw. It's very loose and inconsistent. Because when she takes her drop, she cannot go closer to the hole. So she will get relief, but that relief will take her backward. So this is Henry Tracy. After running his putt past the hole on the left edge. And good finish for him. Now Wilson. All right, so we got a rules official over at 18. They're trying to get you can see the ball down there on the bottom left hand of your screen, just above the boys' leaderboard scroll. There you see the ball as she moves the cart. What she's looking at doing is moving the line of basically a parallel line to the hole to where she's not moving her ball closer to the hole. So that is an option that she has of not having to go backward. So this gives her an option there at 18 is taking relief from the line of the ball. Before she'll place her ball to drop and then hit her next shot. So she's using the driver. You get to use the longest club in your bag when you mark your spot, and then you get one club length relief from that spot. So you mark off the spot of the ball or the first spot of relief, then you get one club length of relief from that spot, and then you drop the ball from your knee, and the ball cannot roll closer to the hole. You get 3 opportunities. If it continues to roll closer to the hole, then you have to spot the ball at that point. There you see our tournament director joining the grouping there. As Thomas Harrison, you can see him in between the trees there. And that's the question. I think she was wanting to try to go the other direction, and our tournament director said that's not the direction you get to go. So she'll get her relief. You can see the tee there as she stands. Now she'll drop it from her knee. Ball rolls backward, and that should be her spot. Now they'll make certain that there's nothing there that is impeding her stance and making certain that it's in straight line with the within a club length of the drop. So they've determined that was not. So now she redrops the ball, and now she has her spot. There you see the replay as she dropped it and got that kind of kick forward. The first time it hit something, it kind of kicked backward. So now a very difficult chip from behind the green here at 18. But the good thing is she has plenty of green to work with. Because the green is down in that far left-hand corner, she does have some green to work with here of sending this down the hill. That's a dandy shot from right there. Here's a look at it from the side on the replay. Got it to check up nicely and rolls it down next to the cup. Very nice shot from there. So she should have just a tap in to finish things up. And then the one group still yet to go behind them is our lead group. For the ladies, and that will wrap things up here on day number 1. So from that position there, a tap in, you couldn't have asked for a better outcome, and she does so. So that's the group of Jolie Johnson, Kaylin Park, and Ava Garrison. So our leader, Aaliyah Shields Rodippy, still yet to go at 18. And that's our only group left on the golf course here for day number 1. We have cameras to follow them as well as they come in, I believe. So they have teed off. Now they're ready for their second shots. So here's 18.
Just stay on that. Don't.
So our lead group here on 18 with their second shots. 18 measuring 371 for the ladies, a par 4. So our lead group making their march toward 18 to wrap up day number 1 of the Babygrande Golf DC Classic. Classic shot there with an airplane flying off of the horizon just behind the golf course there is Reagan International Airport's just off to from our position, looking back down 18 off to the right. We believe this is our leader, Aaliyah Shields Rodippy, out of Conroe, Texas. Rodippy at 6 under par, the 1-stroke lead over Angela Chen at 5 under. So this will be Rodippy's third shot. She's come up just short of the green. But she can certainly take dead aim at this one when she lines up to go for that attempt. Saw one other ball off to the left. Not certain where a third player is. There's the ball comes rolling in off from that edge. So now Shields-Rodippy off the green. This would be a birdie chip. She's had a bogey-free round today. 3 birdies on each side, including at 17, her last. Birdied 1, 6, and 7, 11, 12, and 17. This to get her to 7 under. This is one she just wants to get a quick little hop up to the green and check it. Just a little bit past the hole. So she'll have some 4, almost 5 feet coming back downhill for a par putt. Final grouping on the course for this opening day event here in Washington, D.C. at the East Potomac Golf Links. This for birdie. Just left it under the hole. Great look there. So now your ladies leader, Elise Shields-Rodippy, looking over her putt for par. First, one other putt before she goes. That one slides past the hole left. So now Rodippy for a par putt, trying to keep a bogey-free round alive. Got a good read off of that one downhill. Again, this one just a little bit left to right. But it's a slider down that hill, especially as longer the day has gone along. The greens, we've seen them kind of speed up somewhat. I think if she goes firm to the left edge of this one, she can put it right in. That card is 6 under round. And she does so. So Aaliyah Shields-Rodippy, your ladies leader at 6 under par after day number 1. So there's a look at your ladies leaderboard of the top 10. Now that group will tee off tomorrow morning at 7:50. They'll go off of hole number 10 as everything flips tomorrow. 1 hour on your tee time and the tee that you go off of, as we are doing shotgun starts all 3 days due to the excessive heat area warnings that are in the area. There's your boys leaderboard. Jason Wu leads things at 9 under. Jason Payne, Finn Watson, and Weston Miller, 2 off the pace. 3 behind at 6 under par. 2 at 5 under, and then 1 at 4 under rounds out your boys' top 10. That's it for us here on day number 1 of the Babygrande Golf DC Classic. A big hat tip to my entire crew. Our executive producer and technical engineer is Jeff Irwin. Our director for today was Trey Collier. Our camera operators today, Katie Irwin, Rachel Irwin, Felicia Collier, Jacob Hankins, Taylor Gammon, and Cam Bryan. Again, we'll be with you tomorrow morning beginning at 9 o'clock for day number 2 of the 2024 Babygrande Golf DC Classic. For everyone with the crew, as well as the great folks with Babygrande Golf, I'm James Collier saying have a great afternoon. We'll talk to you tomorrow morning right here.